Hello world, it's Wednesday, the 18th of September 2024, present time according to my computer 10:22. My watch is still fast, yeah, because I haven't adjusted it yet. Visited with my father last night, did some more grilling. Drank quite a lot, and then watched a movie after taking Paul out, Rebel Ridge, and I think I'm gonna need to rewatch a portion of it because I nodded off, which isn't to say anything about the movie itself. It's just like I was so dumb. Caught most of the end, but anyway, here I am. Paul's been walked this morning. Hey, little buddy. Today I want to push that. I want to take another look at the footage I was dicking around with yesterday, that I've been dicking around with, and if it's in a good enough spot, I want to push it. And then think on, well, let me send a message too. We are coming up very quickly on 5 years. 5 years from when I shot my first video scene. I want to get something together for that.
Paul, I think you still have food inside of these toys.
Yeah, there's no need to go look at the bulk. You have food inside the toys. Go check those again. They're not empty. You have not emptied them, little buddy. Gee. Director of Analytics, huh? Wow. That's kind of impressive. I wonder.
Gonna be in my lap.
Okay, lap dog. It's coffee. You don't like coffee. You don't like coffee, though. Goofball. think they have a referral together for me yet. Should be soon, but Wait a second. Hey, Lucky. Welcome back. Rascal. Want the moon cake? We're getting on moon cake. I don't know if you can have moon cake. I don't think so. You stick to fruit. Yes, for the umpteenth time. How am I? Just getting started with my day. I guess it's a little tickler. I'm not gonna push too hard on that. What's up? Nom nom nom. Mooncake. Ooh, okay. Okay. That's interesting. This just hit 6 minutes ago. All right. Yep. Hey, Steve. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. If it's I understand. If it's something your attorney is advising that you don't send my way, I suppose. So my thinking is that if I do take them to court, then this is it'd be a record that I would want. Maybe an attorney would request it subpoenaed or something. Gotcha. Mm, right. Right. Gee. Hmm. Right. Yes. Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they're looking at like loss of limb or, like you said, brain damage, which is, yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, there's the potential for that, but at least with XBIZ, they've already, as I previously said to you, they already had their attorney send me a letter saying, "Hey, you're barred from our future events," and that's to me that's already the worst possible outcome, at least with them directly. Right. Well, no, they kind of function as a gatekeeper. They gate access to these things, and there's a registration, and that all is fine as long as the gatekeeper is doing a good job of, gatekeeping. I think it's either folks are either showing up as sponsors or as talent. So no, I don't think it's like that. No. Yeah, they do have registration beforehand. Yeah. Right, right. No, no. I've gone two times this year, but otherwise, no. I mean, I've been previously, but no, it's not like an everyday hunt. However, the industry, adults specifically, has a pretty heavy presence there, so it's one of those towns where I could see myself spending more time. Oh, right. Yeah. Sure. No, no, no. Oh, well, at least XBiz specifically is they cover the adult industry, and they host these functions for like both industry talent as well as vendors to come together. The way it works there with XBiz's events, talent gets in just by registering. Talent gets in free of charge, and then meanwhile, anybody that's looking to sell to talent, because they've got all the talent in one place, then okay, now vendors will want to pay to sponsor the party or to show up and try to sell the talent. Um, oh, Exotica. I think you're talking about Exotica. Yeah, so that was the second event that had me out in Miami, and that one went a lot smoother. There's nothing like this. Yeah. Mhm. Right. Mhm. Right. Right. Mhm. Right. Right. Right.
strike. He's not going to do it again. It was a joke and it's whatever. So I was like, okay, do I put him on blast? Do I sue them? And she's like, you can sue him, you know, and try and put him on blast and do that, but you're not going to, that's your face. Do you really want to do that? Or are you going to, you know, it's a decision you have to make.
Right. So
long term, I was like, man, I can lose 10 years and people are like, yo, he's this type of guy. He's going to do that. That's what he does. And it's, you know, so that was one thing that I was like, if I'm ready to sell my company and get out, and which is not worth nearly what I would want to sell for yet, but that's what things. So that's one of the questions you have to think about. Okay, if you do that, what are the consequences of it? What do you do? Like, I mean, like I said, man, it's something you want to think about. Is it going to be worth your stress, the money, and then if you want to continue, you want to go to Exotica, you want to come down and go to big events. I mean, that's just one. And then a lot of things too, like you know, all things heal with time, man. You know, like you let things cool down a little bit, and you can always go back. And if they use us again, like it's something that's not. It depends. Like if you try and sue them or go after them, and then it's, you know, it's never gonna happen. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I just want to give you options,
right.
And tell you, like, if it was me, I don't know that I would do it if I like doing that stuff. But and then if there was real money on the table, is there a chance? Is there? It's like, the fact that you went back in there and partied is what the attorneys are gonna look at.
Right. Yeah, and I can also speak to that too. Just as far as like why not bother right away calling the police? In fact, in hindsight, I probably should have just immediately had them come by to do the incident report. That if such a thing ever happens again, I think that's probably the way to go.
Yeah, the Andy, you want to call it the paramedics. I'm not, you know, I'm like, I'll tell you, you seem like a super cool dude, so that's why I'm telling you. Like, really, you want to call the paramedics is what you want to do. The police, obviously, and press charges.
Right.
You know, and call the paramedics and say, listen, I don't feel good, I'm lightheaded and whatever. But a lot of times, like, I've seen people do it and not really be hurt, and they can't fucking go out and party. They're blackballed from everywhere.
Right.
And the thing is, with the age, if this was fucking even the 90s, man, like I'm 47, so even the 90s when I started, late 90s, man, before the internet, before that, man, before social media, you could do shit, get away with it. Now it's like, man, that shit just, it hangs over your head like a black cloud.
Right, but it cuts both ways, right? And so I've been spending some time going over the footage, third-party footage I have, and to me it's pretty clear. Like, you know, the only interaction I had with the people in charge was really, really casual. You know, kind of like my dude, you're in my space. You know, and then I tried respecting their wishes. I actually moved to a different area. So, looking at all of the third-party footage I have, it's totally mind-boggling what need was felt on XBIZ's part to have me physically removed from the space. Like, why even have your guy just talk to me at all? Like, I wasn't a legitimate security risk, right? If I was
not at all, yeah.
So it's just totally mind-boggling, and to me that's like, okay, that at least there's an easy case to be made. Like, hey, they probably didn't handle that situation properly, right? Like,
of course not. Yeah, of course not. Yeah. No, exactly. But for sure, I can tell you that they didn't handle it properly. But you know, but what's the end game? Like, what are you looking to get? Like, what are you? You know, with them, are you looking to just go to war with them?
So,
and these people, or like, so that's a question I'd have.
Absolutely.
Like,
right.
What's the end game? What am I looking to get out of this?
So one thing I've done, I went to my PCP on Friday, and I'm seeking a referral over to some specialist so that I can get my shoulder diagnosed. I don't think it's anything like truly major, but worst case scenario, there's going to be some surgery involved.
that's the absolute worst case. I'm hoping that this is something that can be knocked out with a little bit of PT once I get an accurate diagnosis.
I think physical therapy is,
Right.
You know, a lot of times, like they wanna operate, you know, for no reason. But I mean, if your shoulder's working, and you would have known if you would have need surgery.
Right.
Like, you know, you'll know right away. Like,
Yeah.
it's bad if it pops out. It's you know, and it's never the same again. But you'd be surprised with a lot of physical therapy. I was an athlete, a pro fighter before.
Oh shit.
Before I started this company, and it was like, yeah. So a lot of stuff, man. You do those exercises. You can look them up on YouTube or whatever.
Yeah.
But you know, they're shoulder injuries are real easy, and it's like it's so. And again, like, you know, you can go after them, but man, how much you're going to spend in an attorney, and it's like,
Right.
do I really want to, you know?
Yeah. So maybe here the like my best case is that, you know, somehow I can hang them in a court of public opinion, and they can walk back their, like, hey, you're banned from our events. Instead, like, I would love if they would acknowledge, hey, we fucked up. We shouldn't have treated you the way that we did, right? And we should use security only if there's a legitimate security threat. Like,
yeah. I mean, they're never going to admit that, in my opinion.
right? It makes them culpable.
Yeah, well, they're not gonna admit that, because then it shows fault on their part.
Yep.
So it shows negligence. You know, that they didn't hire the right people that were to give orders. Like, especially that guy Mo. He's kind of high up.
Yep.
So it's like he's not gonna admit. Like, you'd have to say this guy he didn't know how to do his job or whatever, and it's.
Yep.
Man, they're not going to admit anything. I never, especially in that world.
Right.
There's a lot of egos, and those guys are in that world. They think that they're, you know, above the law or whatever, and they think they don't have to adhere to the same laws, standards, guidelines as everyone else.
Right.
I deal with a lot of egos in entertainment. In adult entertainment, it's even more.
I believe it.
And it's like, so it's unfortunate, but that's just what it is. So for them to admit any fault whatsoever, no.
Yeah, it's gonna be nigh impossible. I agree.
They'd rather fight you. To the end.
And I'd love to fight them too. This type of thing doesn't happen in my world very often, you know.
No,
like,
they would rather fight you like with an attorney.
Right. Yeah.
They'd rather litigate it and be like, okay, and then what they'll do is they'll take your attorney into deep water if your attorney takes it.
Right.
And they'll just they'll bleed him out. They'll bleed you out, bleed him out. And that's usually how it goes. But those guys have big money, man. So it's you know, it's what you want to do. It's just worth something. And then again, you know, your faith is it worth, you know, ruining your face in an entertainment set? And it's like, okay, then next thing you know, you're banned somewhere else.
Right.
You're trying to go somewhere else, and they're like, you know, sorry, we're not able. And then it's like, what if you buy a ticket somewhere and go somewhere, and then you know, you go there, and then you bought your ticket, and then they say, sorry, we can't. You're not allowed. You can't. And they make some bullshit reason
Right.
why you can't go there. You've already bought a plane ticket there. You go there, like fly to another city, and they make up a reason why you know. Sorry, we refund your ticket, and then you're like, whoa, hold on, wait a minute. What about my flight?
Yep.
I've seen that happen. Like, hey man, I got a hotel and a flight. It's like, man, you know.
Right. Sucks to be you.
yeah. What are you gonna do? Get a lawyer, dude. You know, get a lawyer. See, you know, and then they'll say, don't talk to my attorney, and then you get that. And it's like,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's just things to
nuts.
consider, man. You know, like, and you deal with. And I realized, and that's when I was fighting with this entertainment group, and I was dealing with that, and I was like, man, they got bigger money than me.
Sure.
And that's what my attorney was like. Listen, I'm your friend, but you know they got big money. They fight it. Then, you know, you lose. You spend a ton of money and stress, and it drags out because they're going to drag it out for a couple of years.
Yeah.
So, and then it's like, how much are you willing to spend? Which I don't have names to spend on that shit, man. So it's you know, okay. I spend that, and then I can't get any more business. I'm like, hey, wait a minute, you're that guy. I said, yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate it, especially in your position. It's right, like it's I guess it's a bit different. Here I am, just I feel like maybe there's a case for some discrimination because like, hey, the space it's not like there are a bunch of Asian dudes walking around in these places anyway.
What if they have Asian people working for them?
Well, that's the thing. There was the one was this Asian woman, and then maybe there's a case. There's still maybe a case like, well, maybe she just has some biases already, right? It's not unheard of.
Because I can tell you, listen, Asians. I'm a white guy, but
Yeah.
Asians, they're the smartest. Let's be real. They have the highest IQ. So for sure, I'm sure they have some Asians that are running the tech. I'm sure they're doing stuff in Eastern countries. Like, so it's like, that's a hard one. That you're going to spend a lot of money on.
Mm-hmm.
Discrimination, you'll spend a lot of money on that. And then you're gonna be going against, like, whatever happened inside, like, you're going to be going against a lot of people's word. They're all going to go against you. And you're going to be like one guy, and then maybe you get somebody that's willing to testify for you or whatever, your buddy or somebody that was there, and then they reach out to them, and the person doesn't show up to court. And it's like,
Right.
I'm out. I don't want to do this.
Yeah, that's always a risk, right?
Yeah, just things to consider. And I backed out. I was like, man, I don't want to do that. And you know what? And I was it was like my ego, was getting the best of me. And I was like, nah, man, these motherfuckers are going down. This isn't right. And then this is about 6 months ago, and I'm glad I didn't go through it. I'm glad I didn't, because it's like, man, I'd be in a world of headache. I'd have a lot less venues. I'd be like,
Yeah.
like, okay, do I want to get between, two elephants and do this and freaking get crushed? It's like, this is just things. Listen, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna tell you either way. I can just tell you your options from this, because I deal with it so much.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like I said, man, you come to Miami, you go out, there's a ton of stuff going on, especially that bit. You go to Exotica, and I'm sure there's other ones going on. All I know is what I work with.
Right.
But they, you can still go to more stuff and still do, other things and still have a clean face, because they're gonna forget about you eventually. They're not gonna. But like the more you mess with them, the more you poke the bear. But I can't see them remembering forever or doing anything, and it's like I can't, and they're for sure not gonna remember your face. They're not gonna. Because they deal with so much stuff. They can't see. I don't see them long term holding that up.
Right. Yeah. At the same time, they did go out of their way to have their attorney send me that letter banning me from their events. And maybe you're right. After some water goes under the bridge, they'll forget about it, or I can revisit it with them. But so far, my attempts to talk to these guys they've all fallen short. Like, they're totally, they want to make themselves inaccessible, right? Or just deaf to concerns from little guys like me.
Well, yeah, because there's threats behind it, like I don't know how your interaction was with them, but if there was any threats, I can do this and that, then they're gonna be like, then their attorney is gonna advise them,
right?
Don't say anything,
right?
Ignore them, don't say anything. Like they told me, like listen, we don't want to deal with this. We told our attorney to deal with it. Don't call us anymore with this, and I'm like, I'm gonna call you because you seem like a good dude. Like for me, I'm always gonna do what I feel like is the right thing to do. If I can lay down at night, feel like, man, he was a good dude. Let me have a conversation with him and talk to him, and just at least let him know.
Right.
Because one thing is, you don't fucking deserve to you don't deserve to freaking go get an attorney, do this, go this, and then lose in the end. And then in the end, it's like, man, was this really worth it?
Right.
That's the only thing I can really say is like, is it really worth it? And you're all right, nothing crazy happened, you weren't in a coma, you didn't fucking...
Well, if I were in a coma, I would pray that my family would go after these fuckers.
yeah, but exactly. Like, if it's not anything that crazy, Is it worth it? You
Right,
know?
right.
I don't know. Like for me, like when I was dealing with it was the more thing is the more I thought about it, and then also too, I used to do a lot of private investigations.
Yeah.
So and now like I would tell clients, I would tell them, I don't do so much of them anymore. I would tell them, so listen, man, I could take your money, you know, like oh, I want to set this person up and do this and do that, or just like, man, once you cross this bridge,
Right.
There's no going back, because then you're in it for fucking 50 grand or whatever you're gonna spend.
Yeah.
If you're in it for 50 grand, then it's like, then your ego's in it. Then it's like, no, I spent this much money. Then you're not gonna walk away from it.
Yeah, the whole sunk cost fallacy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So I've done that too. I did that. I said that to a few people, and they were like a year later, and they still talk to me. There's one. I said, let me ask you something. In 100 years, I said, in 100 years now, this is gonna happen.
Right.
So, are I gonna be gone? But you know, is this something that you really want to have in your mind space the rest of your life? Like, is it really like, hey, you're a young guy. Once you're married and kids, and you're not gonna be partying like that, do it. But man, you're a younger dude. Like, is this something you want to really, you know, have to deal with for a long time, and that it's just going to be decades. It's going to be in your head. It's like, man, sometimes if you give something energy, you're going to keep feeding that. That energy can be used to become successful somewhere else, or do something else, or it's just a lot of times. So now, so I think I don't think about in business. I don't think about how much I owe. I think about how much I got to make.
Right.
I don't think about how much I owe. I think about how much I got to make, and it's like, okay, listen, I got to make this. This is what I got to do. Because if I think about my bills and this and what's that and all these things, then I'm not gonna sleep. It's like, so I try not to give negative things energy anymore. I try it, right?
Sure.
It's like, yeah, do I really want to give that my energy? Is it worth it? And then is it gonna stop me from? I can tell you, like, my ego, I was ready to go after this company. I'm so glad I didn't, because man, I would have lost venues. I'd see my face every time. Oh, that's the guy. If anything goes sideways, because in all the entertainment groups and hospitality groups, there's shady stuff going on. There's a little bit of black, and there's a little bit of black, a little bit of white, and a whole lot of gray.
Yeah, I believe
That's what I work in, is that gray area. But I got rappers and stuff. It's like, yeah, I've had them say all kinds of stuff or do whatever, and it's like, do I really want to bring that to light? Do I really want to do this? Do I really want to do that? And when I was younger, in experience, it's like, yeah, I'd say, oh man, I could do this. I could sue them and do. It doesn't turn out like thing, and it's the energy of it. So it's like, God, what do you want to feed it? What kind of energy are you gonna like? It's gonna take a lot of your energy, money, and like I said, you won't be able to go to the other spots. But for sure, if you're looking for apology, these type of motherfuckers, they're motherfuckers.
Right.
They ain't gonna apologize. They ain't,
It's like, I guess it's a smart thing to do. They're lawyered up. They've got counsel. Counsel, like you said, is probably advising them just, hey, keep quiet on this. Because that's what they advised you to do too, right?
Yeah, they told me, and I was like, well, I own my own company, and I'm gonna talk to you and whatever.
Right.
I feel like you're owed an answer, dude. Like, and say and say stuff and whatever. Like, if I can help you out in any way or whatever, you don't seem like a bad dude at all. Like, you're not a malicious, like, there's some people, they just go around looking to fuck people over, and you definitely, I can see you're not that guy. So,
I appreciate it, Steve.
yeah, man.
So you said your guy, it's Herman. How do I say his name? German, just from German. He did write something up.
No, I would have to get him to write something up.
Gotcha.
And I can tell you what it is, but he told me what happened. He was like, yeah, man, They wanted me to kick the guy out, you know, and then we ended up letting him back in. It was the same thing you said, basically.
Right.
You know, he told me what happened, but the stories lined up, and he goes, I don't know what it is. They kept complaining about him, so they would call me. I went over there. They called me on the radio, and you know, and then we let him back in, and then you know whatever they threw you back out or whatever. They asked you to leave. So he just does what he's told.
Yeah.
From Mo. That Mo. So.
Frickin' Mo. Yeah, because
I mean, all those guys are like that, though, man. If you stand next to a VIP or somebody spending money or something, or if you piss them off, they're gonna get in there. They're gonna move with their ego.
Right.
They're not gonna be. They're not gonna be like, hey, this is a good guy here, man. Like, you know, he's here to enjoy the show, or whatever, and enjoy the party. He's a good dude, man. Give him another shot. They don't think like that. They're assholes.
Yeah.
So
right.
For me, I come from where you're, you know, where you're at. Man, I just want to go out, have a couple drinks, have a good time, you know, enjoy my youth, you know, like see what opportunities might come from something, and just live life, man. Just jump on a plane, go to Miami. But that's the only thing. The one thing to keep in mind, that's the only thing that you're barred from. That's it. And there's a ton of stuff going on.
True.
In Miami, all over, and that's a small facet, man. You know.
True.
You know, you got, how old are you?
Well, you've got 12 years on me. I'm 35 this year.
Oh yeah. I was running, gunning hard at 35, man. I was partying, still going. You know, it's like once I started getting around 39, I was like, all right, man. You know?
A new decade.
yeah, exactly. But man, you want to have some fun, and then you never know. You can make some money, start a business with the network you have, because you want to utilize your network and the people. You like to travel a lot. You like to do a lot of things. So yeah, I didn't even start thinking business minded. I mean, I had businesses my whole life, but I didn't realize. Like once it clicked, like in my mid to late 30s, I was like, wait a minute. I know a lot of people. I have an expensive network all over. Like, man, let me start a business with this. I have a good face. My face is clean. I kept my mouth shut, especially I was a bodyguard. So I was like, I kept my mouth shut, and the bodyguard world didn't say stuff and air out anybody's dirty laundry. So it's like, and then people knew they knew I wasn't gonna, you know, wasn't gonna snitch anybody out or do anything until they would make a business out of it. That's the thing. You meet a lot of people. You're an outgoing dude. You'll jump on a plane by yourself somewhere. Man, that's gonna be worth some money one day.
Right.
Like if you think about, okay, man, I met this person, and then they're like, oh yeah, I remember you. Yeah, man. Oh, okay, cool. And then it is words or whatever. And but that would be my thing, man. Just thinking about, you know, you like to do that. Not many people have the balls to do that. So you meet a lot of people going out, and they'll forget. Like even if you started a business in the adult entertainment world, or you did something, man, you could cross paths with these guys, and they'd be like, oh, there was an incident one time, you know, they fucking, we threw him out, whatever. You know, he called or whatever. He was a little bit of smoke, but he walked away or whatever. And they see you, 5 years down the road. Like, oh, okay, whatever. They're not going to want to pursue anything or try and do anything. But if they have a vendetta against you,
right,
they're gonna try and bury you and say, hey, listen, cut this guy. You're gonna miss opportunities, and you're not even gonna know what you missed because you missed it.
I mean, like at this point, I've already come under fire publicly. Not, I pinned the blame on XBIZ, but it's like at this point, my bottom line's already been impacted negatively, coming off of the tail end of all this.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think if you move forward, it's going to be a lot more.
It has a potential, but at the same time, I have the willingness to walk away from this entire space too. Because I recognize there's so many places to go and try to earn a buck.
Yeah, for sure. But you don't know who their CEOs know. They might know somebody else in your space or something, and then And then in that world, a lot of people want to be kind of connected to it.
Yeah.
In one way. Maybe not, they won't tell everybody that, not publicly, but everybody wants to fucking be involved or go to a porn party. Every fucking buddy does. I don't care who you are, you're married or whatever. You just, even if you're curious,
Right.
You just want to be curious just to see.
Yep.
Not the fuck anybody says. They all want to. So you don't know who their CEOs know, and those you don't know who they're connected to. So it's like, yeah, even if you walked away from that completely and did something else, it's like you just don't know, you know.
Yeah, that's
it's
true.
Just something to think about. You know, like I said, listen, you come down to Miami with anything I'm running, I'll give you tickets to. And, you know, you got a friend here, man. Anything I can help you with,
I appreciate it, Steve.
You know, yeah, no, for sure. So I'm here, brother. If you ever need a call or anything, we'll come to Miami. But yeah, man, just let me know.
Sure. Thank you.
All right.
I'll leave you to it then.
All right, Alex. We'll talk soon, brother.
Yeah. Take care.
All right. Bye.
Okay. That's good enough. I think that was sufficient. Even if there's I don't have a written report, at least I know where he stands on it. He says his guy's account and mine line up. So I'm not wildly off base. Which is kind of huge, because you know, I was questioning like, am I, especially with some of this heat that's come my way, it's like, man, maybe I'm totally off base. Maybe I am, my memory is so fucked about the events that took place, that what went down. But the footage that I have, it's pretty telling. And that call, I think, more or less seals it. Okay. Hey, Paul. Thank you, sweet Paul. What a good boy. Okay. Friendly call, but also advising call. So friendly. Friendly advice. Their attorneys XBIZ's attorneys, advising them one way or another. Not trying to relay, not trying to acknowledge my communications either to their attorneys, to them, the individuals directly. Okay. Think.
I'm trying to.
Don't want to hurt this. Don't want to hurt him. But it was a good call. He tried reaching over to XBIZ. They contracted his company to provide security at the event. XBIZ, of course, is already well aware. Like, at this point, they've taken notice. Where do we go from here? Let me keep polishing. Well, I'll be back. Take a bio break. deal, Paul? How do we want to deal? Jackie, are you still there?
Oh, are you a good boy?
Hey. Better. Better after this phone call that I took. Phone call. Yeah, better. What happened? You've read my blog post, haven't you? The one about XBIZ Miami. I'm going to be spending a little bit more time today getting the video sanitized. Fighting with a girlfriend? I don't have a girlfriend. No fighting with a girlfriend. I have no idea what you're talking about. No girlfriend to fight with. At this time.
Alright, Paul. Oh. It's just you and me, little buddy. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum.
And you read the blog post, right? Have you? Yeah, I mean, we have a pretty good relationship, Paul and I. Better now than when I first got him, when he first came into my life. I've matured since that time. A lot. Now he's a little old man. He's still a troublemaker.
You're still a troublemaker. But now you're that much calmer about it. Oh, baby boy. You gotta get this looked at. Gotta get that looked at.
I'll have to take a look in a moment. Kind of. Let's see. Yeah, I'll have to take a look in a moment. Jackie, you didn't answer my question. Just yes, no. Have you read the blog post that I wrote about XBIZ Miami? So I know that you've been for some time writing messages like, "Hey, just chill." Just like you did a moment ago. Something positive, like, yeah, I'm trying to keep things positive, yes. I said, feeling better after that call. Thinking about next moves. Correct. Blog post about XBIZ Miami. If you take a look at my blog right now, the two most recent posts. The most recent post is entitled, "Hey XBIZ, where's the beef?" That one's very short. And it links back to my blog post about XBIZ Miami. And there are at least 2, 3 more, maybe 4 more posts that I'd like to write that are not at all related to XBIZ. Because XBIZ, that's just part. It's one event from this year, right? Like I would really like to get to Exotica Miami. This is Miami Take 2. Because getting that written out, that will be good. I think on things like copyright. Which date of the blog? The 2 most recent blog posts. Most recent. 1. Hey, XBIZ, where's the beef? 2nd, XBIZ Miami 2024. I'm curious if you've read the blog post that I wrote about XBIZ Miami 2024. Because you've responded a lot to things that I've said or how I appear here. And if you lack the context if you haven't read the post.
Wow, that was really weird. Everything was cool and then suddenly it wasn't. That was really, really weird. Alright.
Yeah, I happened to look up and noticed like, hey, this thing's not, for whatever reason, it's not getting picked up anymore. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, Jackie, that'd be great. Because if you haven't read it, then a lot of the things I've said about it, kind of the blow by blow, it's not going to make a lot of sense. It may look kind of crazy. That's been it's been pretty important. Flying a drone over here. Let me go talk to this guy.
Come, Paul.
Sorry, but
It'd be nice to just settle out of court, you know, but I'm probably going to want to talk to an attorney. That's the right move. Who the hell is this? What do you think, Paul? So, Jackie, where's the security coming up? The guy was there. He's when he touches me, he was actually behind some of the contestants. And what happens in the footage? You see Mo, who's the guy with the like white shirt, brown colored shoes, slip-ons, beard. He pauses behind the contestants. He goes, talks to the security guard, and then shortly thereafter, the security guard's got his hands on me, right? And I was looking at, I've been editing the footage a little bit to keep it tight on the action. I'll upload the new footage soon. Not new, but the edited footage. Because it's just, like at this point, I've got it such that it's super clear what's going on. You don't have to, like, try to hunt. So, yeah. I was looking at it anyway. You know, you can see that if you look really carefully in what's already there, you can see I take this can of beer, Heineken, and I set it down in front of me. And the security guy's on me all of a sudden, and I go and I pick up my Heineken. The last bit is me turning around, actually facing the security guard, and looks like he's pointing in a direction. Like, yeah, it didn't, at the time, it didn't make very much sense. Just like, and looking at it now too, it's weird. It's like, why suddenly can I not be where I was for, like 18 minutes? How how come suddenly I can no longer be here? Standing right where I've been standing. Like, really, really weird. And my only explanation is because Mo, maybe he didn't realize I was there the whole time. But then after I went back, then he suddenly becomes aware, like, oh, there's this guy. There's Yeti Eater again. King Joker. Does everyone in Houston like Travis Scott, or not really? I can't speak for everyone in Houston, but I don't really know much about Travis Scott and his work. I do know that there was that show where he had a crowd surge. Was it a Live Nation show? I don't know how the case is playing out, but you know, some people didn't make it and went out to go check out a show, and they did not survive. They were crushed to death. I know that much. And seen some stuff suggesting demonic, Travis Scott demonic, but I have no real comment. Nope, that was a little delayed. Whatever. Anyway, I was just out there chatting with the drone pilot, the guy that's been coming by surveilling my roof. He's a retired Army. And I talked to him about what happened to me down in Miami. Shared that I just got off the phone with the owner of the security company, and he's like, yeah, you know, maybe if I were advising a friend, go talk to an attorney. I think that if I don't talk to an attorney, if I don't have representation, I'm not going to make much progress with XBIZ. They don't seem to be the type of organization that's responsive to individuals like myself, small businesses like myself. But where the threat of litigation comes up, then maybe they become a little more responsive. Hey, Paul. Well, they've been sued before. Won't be the first time. I guess we could get in touch with the Florida bar and use their referral service. Coming soon. I want to get my specialist visit though. I want to get clarity on just what's fucked up with my shoulder at this point. It's better, it's just still not at 100. God knows the number of man hours I put into this. I have, I think, a pretty reasonable set of demands. Yes, boy. Yes, boy. Can you get up? Thank you. Good boy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, yes. There we go.
Of course, I would like to get on with content, actually pushing some real stuff to win more work, get more of the material I'd like to work on out there, as opposed to just this potential legal battles. No, I'm not really in the business of suing people. But I've recognized for some time that at some point it's something that I'm gonna have to get comfortable with. Like, not just occasionally coming up against the system, but actually taking action within it when I have a case. Today, it's this. I was injured. Tomorrow, it's going to be a little different. We're not going to be looking at physical injuries. A different sort of action. One thing at a time. What when she says pushback, like she says if you push back, I'm gonna have somebody push back harder. That is this is very threatening language, you know. What she said is essentially just accept what happened to you. I'm not afraid to hurt you again. And, you know, when you, at first, that conversation I had with her was the only thing that I could really readily access. But now with third-party footage in the mix, and as I've spent more time reviewing it, it's insane. It's like, dude, I tried acting with respect toward other people's space. Then the footage after I share what I've been working on, like it's going to be really, really clear. Like, yeah, I may have said some things that further escalated tensions, but let's just talk. Plus, I was drinking. Like fucking everybody had been drinking. You know, it was this big old party. Like, it's the whole like personal space. If people are touching you inappropriately, that's very different. And taken in a vacuum, if you have no other context, you listen to what she's saying and it's like, okay, it's kind of reasonable. You know, she's kind of careful about the language she uses, but then like, okay, but here she is making threats too, and like, well, like that. Those are threats. You can read as threats of violence against me. And and then when you look against what happened the previous day, it's like, wait, dude, these threats are kind of strange. Like, why are we being so threatening? And it all kind of makes sense as I look at it. It's like, okay, you got the brother of the founder of the organization. He's the man in charge and totally overreacts. End up with this situation that gets escalated just to an insane level for seemingly no real reason other than to say, hey, this is my space, you know, this is my show, and if I want the security guard that I'm employing to hurt you at my show, then I'm gonna do that. Anyway, I'm glad that you read it. You read my blog post. Now you have a better understanding of what I've been putting some time into. Right? Because I've had questions of myself as I've been doing this. Like, am I crazy? Was I really, especially some select comments I've received, they've used some very pointed language, and so I'm like double checking my work. Like, did I deserve that? Did I do something to really deserve that? Today's phone call, that cements it. Like, no, you really didn't. No, Yeti Eater, you really didn't do anything to warrant that. Outside of just, maybe you said something that ruffled somebody's feathers. Your camera strap touched somebody. And so they wanted to make an example out of you. They wanted to exercise their power. And that's what it ultimately, like, where I ultimately started with it, is like, this is an abuse of authority. That's not how authority should be exercising its power. Especially an authority that derives its profits essentially through exploitation of people like me. That's not right. When it all happened, I thought, oh, yeah, I might have a case. I may have a case. And now more and more, everything I've collected, yeah, I think that a jury would be sympathetic to my plight. As long as my demands are reasonable, I don't see why they wouldn't be met. And I'd love to see what the other side can cook up. You know, like, what have they possibly got? What could they possibly get? They just try to sweep everything under the rug. So she's actually the event coordinator. That's the title given to her. She is below. She's like second in charge at that event. The first in charge guy was the one that had me thrown out. She's second in charge. Oh, whoops, that may have been a bad call. Just gonna open up in web browser. But as for, yeah, like their ability to instruct speculative arguments. Well, this is what I thought.
And at first I thought, okay, she's the bad guy. But then later it becomes clear as I'm reviewing the footage, like, oh, she's like, while she probably complained to Mo, and like ultimately Mo was the guy that had security throw me out. Like, yeah, of course, she's gonna want to stick to her story, which is that I was behaving inappropriately, that I wasn't respecting people's personal space. But really, it was like my personal space. If you take what she said, it's like, really, it's because my camera strap touched her. You know, like, she's not my type. I'm not interested like that. You know, there's no inappropriate touch. That's not what it comes down to. This is just like, you're hosting an event, standing room only, it's tight. Sometimes people are gonna bump into you. What happens? Anyway, it's a bunch of craziness. It's a bunch of craziness.
Hey, little one. Oh, yeah. He's my good boy. Paul is. Okay, go take your food. Go take your food and stuff.
Anyway, now you've seen. So maybe that gives you a little more context, and maybe you can understand when you're writing to me and just like, chill. Like, I think I'm handling this as calmly and professionally as I can. I think I'm giving it just the right amount of energy. Maybe it's a bit much, because so far it's just been me fighting by myself, working alone to make my case. But for that work, the consequence for my work then is that it becomes much easier for an attorney to look at it. I've done the heavy lifting. Already talked to the relevant parties. I've got a clear paper trail, like I've got my receipts in order. I can demonstrate that this event, although this event ended in personal injury, this isn't the first example of some discrimination, something odd about how the organization has treated me. I've got all of it, my ducks in a row. It's not just her. The first person to complain is the fat photographer wearing red. Of course, it's a fat guy. Years ago, I came to a conclusion that if I ever hire a photographer or a videographer, somebody to operate a camera for me, I'm not hiring a fat guy.
Not just because he's fat. One doesn't get fat overnight. Fat guy makes a couple moves like this. Oh, I'm tired. I don't want to do this anymore. So if I were to hire a photographer, a videographer, I'd want somebody lean. Somebody very lean. Somebody who looks like they move around. But they're not afraid to chase a shot. So fat guy complains. Event coordinator complains. Situation escalates so rapidly. Fucking insane. Just insane. Her action to me, like I wrote, whoop. Okay, computer was freaking out a little bit. The event organizer, they're trying to protect themselves. They're doubling down on, like, again, talking to the owner of the security company. It's like, you know what? What the heck is this? What am I hearing? What the fuck? Why is my phone making these noises? That was really fucking weird. It didn't show that anything was playing, but it was just like making noises on a loop. It was really fucking weird. Okay. I'm gonna close out of everything. Anyway, the organization, of course, wants to defend its people. All right. No, it's our word. We don't make mistakes. So getting them to apologize, getting an organization like that to apologize is very difficult. You know, that's like kind of the lowest level when you're dealing with personal relationships. It's kind of the lowest level of just, hey, you know what, I messed up. Sorry. Anyway, I'll be right back. Bio break. I'll wash my face off a bit. Get some stuff.
think I'm pretty close to my goal, which was to get the footage safe for YouTube. And why they purposely shoot you in the video? Sorry, you're talking about that third-party footage? Like, how come I'm in the video? That's because of the angle from which that third party was recording footage. Right, I happened to be standing. Initially, I was standing like right by where all the contestants were, behind the event coordinator, and this other guy that was like event staff. And I was like trying to shoot over them, shoot from behind their shoulders, getting an angle on the action. So, yeah, I appear in a lot of coverage of the event because I was pretty visible, right? So a couple of angles I want to take. But first I want to get I want to get out ahead of all of this to where I've done my good faith work. There are a couple of things to knock out here. Oh, that, and I want to share photos of Mooncake. Is it AI? What? Is what AI? No. One is what AI? Two, no. No AI. It's the footage that you saw, that's stuff that I keyframed so that it's like the original footage is really wide, super wide shot. And what I did was using my video editing software, I went and I just kind of scaled it up a bit and focused the footage on me, where I'm closer to the center of the frame. So no, the person that was recording the footage was not actually trying to record me, but I happen to be in the shot, and from there I can rework the shot just so that I'm the center. I'm in center frame, and that's what I've been doing a bit of this past few days. First I was thinking like, oh, let me just censor the existing footage, but I can do better. I kept reworking the frame. So now it just like, it tracks me, In the new footage I'm gonna push, it's very easy to follow the action because I put in the work so that it's really easy to follow the action. And this, this type of stuff is maybe marginally helpful to know how to do in my capacity. But it's all, I've just been kind of picking up the tools and learning them as I go. Trying to move photos over to the computer and off the camera. Yeah. Anyway, the new stuff will look a lot better. I mean, not a lot better. It's just going to look a lot cleaner, and it will also do away with some of the people missing the forest for the trees. When it's like, oh, I can see nipples, and it's like, yeah, you can see nipples, but did you not read? Do you not understand the context here? Like, the story's not about nipples. Yeah, but they're nipples, and because you didn't ask these people if you could share photos and video of their nipples, therefore you're a bad person. Like, therefore this is revenge porn. Like, you're fucking kidding. Maybe in a really, really, like, some contrived definitions of revenge porn, but no, this is not revenge porn. That's not the intent of sharing this footage. It wasn't the intent of sharing my long roll either. But fine, my long roll doesn't need to see the light of day. I don't really care. I don't really care about that bit. I was there for the audio recording, ultimately. So be it. And I might still bring some of it in, just like little bits like, well, there's some escalation here. Things are getting tense. But things escalated really fucking quickly. I removed myself from the situation in which they escalated. Because I'm not going out to places to try to get myself hurt. Believe it or not, I'm not in the business of being a professional victim. A professional customer of attorneys. Nobody's sued anybody. No suing has taken place yet. But I may sue. Just looking for that one piece. At this point, it's like after today's conversation, then I feel like I've got a green light. I've got a green light. I can go clear my name, and I can go. It doesn't actually have to. The ideal outcome is that it doesn't go to trial. Nothing goes to trial. We can settle out of court. And that's going to require some signaling. Part of it is that part of the signaling is that I'm not, like, if I go engage counsel, then I'm not alone. I'm not so poorly resourced that I can't afford to keep an attorney on retainer for more than 2 minutes. But I won't know. Gotta talk to an attorney. Get my ducks in a row, go talk to an attorney. Okay, that's there. Let's get these pieces together. This is what, 720?
720p 60 FPS 720p footage. Really low res stuff. But that's all I need. Here, removal subsequence and the initial controversy. Let me play this back. Excuse me. Anchor point. Teresa. So we started wide. The initial controversy. I'll search for YouTube, because ultimately that's where I want to see things able to live with no reasonable threat to my channel. Bitrate. Export. 2024-05-14. Initial controversy. .720p 60 7.5 megabit per second. Preset custom preset 7 render at maximum
Render maximum render quality, target bit rate, dropping it to 7.5 megabits per second. 190, 73 megabytes. That's it. Small. Send to media encoder and sequence 2. The removal subsequence. Let's play this back again. Should I render everything again? Why not? I think it will help. It'll make the playback smoother. Hey yo, thank you. I'm not naked. Just like these others who, yeah, these guys, I'm gonna need to make some threats too. Threats. Not really in the business of making threats either, but sometimes one has to make threats. God knows I've been on the receiving end of a good number of threats. This shit. How does this look? Short conversation. Whoop. All right, that's good enough for now. So same stuff, 7.5, there we go, 2 removal, 720p 60, 7.5 megabits per second, 2024 05 14 removal. That's going to be my file name. 96 megabytes. These are very, very reasonable file sizes. I've got these two sequences that are, right, initial controversy to removal. And if anything, I can make one more, which is this like sudden, abrupt, and sudden initial controversy. Then I've got one more that I can whip up. This is where I go to my bunch of everything. Is this footage actually 24 frames per second? Oh, adjustment layer, frame hold, field options, time interpolation. Oh, right, I had everything at a 60. Here I can focus on just this bit where there's this sudden escalation. Okay, so I can actually pull this from my, this is 24 frame per second footage, and what I can do, I can make a cut point here, and let's make a third sequence. Initial controversy, removal, and escalation. Like first physical contact, first time being shoved. And we can start here. I don't know if this is, okay, we'll set this as the in point and out over here. Put it in, out, in, out. It's only 17 seconds of footage. Let's just drag this over to escalation. Right. Does this work? Media duration. Video duration 17 odd seconds. So if I create a sequence off of this, oh, this was actually recorded at 30 frames per second. Weird. I don't know why I chose 24 frames per second for anything then. Okay. Yeah, whatever. My initial stuff, I like totally fucked up initially. Don't know what I was thinking. Just winging it. This is good. So we'll call this 0 escalation. And here's where things suddenly heat up. All right. Yeah. I guess it's just part of the storytelling. Do I need that in there? I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily need this segment in here. Yeah, I'm gonna skip that one. Describing it is enough. And let that thing just work. Let it do its thing. Fuck. Whoops. Hey. Let's see how this rendering is going. Oh, it's finished. That was fast. Easy money. Excuse me. Excuse me. Man, oh man, oh man. So I now upload a couple files, push my export directory. Some of these original things that I've already been pushed don't need to be here anymore. Oh, I could have encoded it as I could have done H265. Forgot all about that. Oh well. 5994. Let's delete those. And this is the XBIZ Miami wet t-shirt contest. In case these things, I don't think that this helps. XBIZ Miami wet t-shirt contest. Initial controversy. XBIZ Miami wet t-shirt contest removal. And even if it's not removal from the entire property, it's still upload. Removal from where I wanted it to be at that moment, and where I'd been allowed to be for as long as I was. Jackie, make sure you get enough rest. Yeah, I say you're like working 3 jobs. That's crazy. I feel like I have a hard enough time just freaking doing Yeti Eater stuff alone. You know? That keeps me busy enough. Even if it's not like really earning much of anything. For the most part. Don't know how you're doing it. Yeah, I just don't know how you can manage that. You know. And then you say clients. Well, like if it's the same function for 3 different clients and you're looking at 24 hours in the day that you're occupied, like how can you possibly deliver on their behalf? They're definitely not going to be able to get your full attention or best work. Right? I don't know how you can possibly do it. I don't see it being possible. I kind of figured that you might be in an accountant, given you were talking about reconciling these like ringgit and sen. Let's see, between these two. I just don't see how it's humanly possible. All right, let me modify the blog post to use these new media assets, the wide shots, initial controversy, and removal. Well, don't play that back. No, I told you not to. Let me edit as HTML and look for, whoops, this is the which one? Info pane, initial controversy, embed code. The embed is now blah blah blah. Let me just do that. Take the entirety of it. Here's my new embed. Edit visually. Okay. Whoops. Edit as HTML, this sequence. Get that embed and embed it. Okay, looks good. There we go. And the older sequences I could pull. I can pull these so they're no longer accessible. If I wanted to, I could. EVC1. I think that's fine though. MPEG 4 video, and these are also MPEG 4 video. They're all fucking crazy. Looking at 4 months down the line from when I first pushed any footage. That's fucking insane. Really though? Last modified. Yeah, it's possible. I was able to turn that around pretty quickly. Yeah. I didn't have my blog post together yet. Okay. Anyway, I think this is at a pretty good spot. What are we looking for? X social media, reference social media, X, formerly Twitter. Standalone image ads up to 1200. So let's output these then. Select a folder. Mooncake. Web. And remove location info as 1200. 1200 pixels. Save. JPEG 8, resize, short side, 1200, sharpen for screen. Okay. Save them. Dunsky. George, yeah, quite a. What is this? Oh, yeah. Come on. Okay, the layout's already here. Change grid. Mm. 秋季 Time in Texas. Look it up. Look it up. You can answer that question yourself. And then maybe you'll I don't know. What are we now? We're in UTC -5 because we're still under daylight savings time. But this will change sooner or later. Then we'll be back to UTC -6. Jung Qiu Jie Kuai Le. Still Wednesday? Yeah. Yeah. Because, we are UTC -5. So we are to the left of the international date line. Whereas you're at what? Like UTC plus fucking. How many hours ahead? +7, +8? You're way out there. So quite the time gap. I figure it's always like 12, 13 hours. Maybe even more. Kuala Lumpur time. Time in KL, GMT +8. Yeah, so 13-hour time difference. Yeah, because you took the long way. But yeah, once you're in the U.S. too, like domestic travel takes some time. I told you I used to take these ones. Let me actually do it from here. YouTube. I can just go like this. Look up those two flights. I took that one quite a few times. And talked about it too. It's the SIN EWR SIN. Used to be the world's longest regularly scheduled flight. Regularly. I wonder if it's still world's longest flight. Uh-huh. Yeah. Now they do an SIN JFK. It's about the same. SQ. Great Circle Distance. Newark, Singapore, SQ21. 10,644 miles. 18 hours, 18 minutes. Yeah, it's longer than the JFK one. JFK Singapore's SQ23. Longer by 54 miles. Yeah, you spent a lot of time in transit then. And also, you're flying much closer to the, like, at much lower latitude. Yeah. Whereas this one starts off really high. SQ21 starts off really, really high up because you're at Newark. And so you go up to the pole, you can kind of wrap around and way down to the equator. Hey, that's on you. I sleep like a baby. Like, doesn't matter where I go. I can always get some rest. And that's very important. One thing that helps with those long flights, just any flight. So the research shows that if you use earplugs, that will make things more comfortable. Food will taste better. You'll just enjoy yourself more while you're in the air. If you're not listening to the constant droning of the engines, or if that volume is dropped, you'll just enjoy yourself more. Maybe. I'll probably be here. This is home. Houston is home. Hey. Did you have any? Question mark. Orkla. Okay, I will be right back. I'm gonna take a bio break, and then I think it's not necessarily off to the races, but I'm gonna wanna start putting some pressure on people. Do some writing. I think that's the move. Got what, 4 days until the anniversary? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 days until the anniversary. Anniversary. Oh, 5 years since my first video scene was filmed. L9 cat. Jackie, you can't find him anymore? Let's see. Let's see about these guys. Yeah, it's been a minute. It has been a minute. Oh, she's cute. Let's see. I still have my account here, right? Good. What the fuck? Okay, they're still tracking this. September. Made a little commission. Still earning small amounts of commission. Is paid? No, of course. Of this stuff. And even these records are not accurate. Hey, thank you for the follow. Believe me, I've had a lot of people just disappear out of my life too. I wasn't born yesterday. Keyword equals. Yeti eater. What am I working on? About to quote post something on X. Somebody tagged me in a GIF from that scene. And I want to, like, I've got this pretty fresh X account. My adult oriented one. It's pretty fresh. I haven't really shared much on it. It's starting to grow a little bit. And, you know, somebody went through the trouble of making this GIF. So I want to help it circulate a little bit. What brings you in, L9 Cat? Yeah, it's tasteful. It's got some action going on. It's an action shot. It's tasteful action. Looking for a new streamer to watch. I see. Welcome. So you spend any amount of time here, you'll find that I have a lot of headaches when it comes to technology. Late for you and you can't sleep. Gotcha. What time is it? What time is it in your neck of the woods, in your part of the world? Wow. Far out. Been up since 3. Gotcha. Far, far out. The heck are you that it's freaking 5 in the morning? That would put you at delta of what? UTC plus Australia, huh? Well, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, that would make sense. Soon I'll be saying good day. Good day, mate. Ugh. Australia's got what, like 3 time zones? Pretty big island. Yeah, let me math real quick. So if you are 12 puts us 12 UTC plus 15. What the heck is in the UTC plus 15? List of offsets plus 15. See also. Maybe 14? Wait, plus 12. Oh, not plus 15, sorry. You're 15 hours ahead, but it's plus 7 gets you plus 7, plus 10. UTC plus 10. Plus 15 makes no sense. Okay. Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane. So the east side of Australia. You share a time zone with PNG and Russia's Vladivostok time. Oh, also Guam. Huh. Brisbane. Sweet. Jackie, I imagine you can find your friend. Did I remember when Facebook first became a thing? Just like trying to find people that I knew from just growing up. I haven't been down to Brisbane. Been out to Sydney and Canberra. Once. Ate Kanga. Oh yeah? Perhaps we didn't prepare it right. It's very lean. Kangaroos are fucking ripped. It's all good, Jackie. It's all good. Oh, oh. My stomach's growling. I think I sent a demand letter on this. Those fuckers. This is life. What is life? That people come and go. I mean, I take that to be true. Yeah, people come and go. Even if you live right next door to each other. Another thing about life, it comes to an end. We are mortal. Memento mori, yeah? So while we're here, what are we doing? What the hell are we doing with our time here? Some of us become immortal through our works. And who knows, with where modern medicine is going, maybe we'll end up sooner or later coming across this this dystopia that, remember that movie, Justin Timberlake? I think it was Just in Time. If you haven't seen it, that one's pretty cool. I'd like to rewatch it at some point. I was reminded of it the other day. Somebody had shared the scene where they're playing poker and betting some large amount of time, 50 years or whatever it was. You must come from time. Reincarnation. Some people believe that. Or that your spirit goes on somewhere else. Like if you were good in this life, maybe you come back as, or maybe you escape this realm altogether. Heaven. If you're bad, maybe you come back as something lesser. Karma and all. It's okay, Jackie. That's nothing to apologize for. Yeah. Yep. You're gonna feel how you're gonna feel. It's okay. What do I want here? I can try to get content out from XBIZ Miami, like collaborative stuff. That would be helpful. And just moving forward, getting some wins out of the event. That'd be really helpful. Demand letter. It'd be good to get one together. What do I do? Right now, my primary source of income is sex work. What about you? But I tell people I play with cameras and computers. Which is truthful. And a lot more friendly for general audiences. You mainly work in hospitality? Cool. What are you going back to school for? Yeah, Jackie, I agree. I agree. But that's the thing with life too, right? Sometimes you don't get the closure that you want. People have their reasons. And I pretty much guarantee you, if you wanted to find your friend, you could. It's very difficult to disappear. Like, really, truly disappear. Okay, L9 cat. Right, you gotta get some basics out of the way. And then double E. Nice. Some very nerdy stuff. Ah. Well, I think it's great that you're willing to give it a shot. and wish you well. There's a woman in my neighborhood that I've met just walking my dog around the place. She's going back to school. And I guess doing something similar to you in that she's like doing some online coursework right now just to knock out some general education requirements. She wants to go deeper into, what was it? Nutrition. Formerly, she was working as a licensed massage therapist, working in spas and stuff. Now she wants to pursue nutrition. That sucks. Well, thankfully, it seems you're in a better spot now. You're able to invest back into yourself. Yeah. Let me play around with footage that I rolled. I want to get some stuff together. It's like, even if these people right now, due to stigma or whatever, because they can't get their shit together, they're not. Right, and there was, who else? I wanted to hit on something. I think I put some people on notice. Yeah, because yeah, I mean, by and large, I'm pretty open. And I think things have changed a lot in the past 5 years. Like pre-pandemic, post-pandemic. Just looking at Twitch though, they're definitely a pretty there's a good number of people that are doing some adult work. You know, people that like cosplayers or whatever who on their own play with cameras and computers and just like, okay, let's put two and two together. I've been on Twitch longer though, since before all of this. For me, it's been 5 years in this space now. 5 years in the space, which led me to actually go hit up some conventions. Because 5, that's a milestone number, right? Usually people think like first, second, third, and then maybe you skip the fourth one. 5, 10. It's been a trip. Am I going to TwitchCon? I think it's already going on, isn't it? Or it's just about to start? No, I have no plans of going. I went back in 2019. In fact, I have a blog post about going to TwitchCon and losing all my shit out there. Which really fucking sucked. Like, lost a lot of stuff. It was painful. That was painful. Recent pains have been different. Chill, bro. Telling me to chill? Got no chill. Chill for what? What are we chilling for? That must be my father up to something. Alright. Yeah, there's some pieces to write. 1, KimochiCon. 2, I want to do a post about the freaking. Like, I don't know where to drop this. I don't know if I want to do it on my site, or if I want to use some like subscription platforms instead. I think I can start with my site though. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Just backlinks, building backlinks. There are survivors. Yep. Some people didn't make it. COVID killed a good number of people. And also spawned a lot of, like, you had the I don't know where things landed ultimately with the whole anti-vax stuff. Like, there was already that sentiment that existed in the US, probably other places too, and it just, like, that blew up. Well, the vlogging stuff, yeah. Yeah, I had a nice camera and iPad. An iPad Pro, 12.9-inch one. Laptop. The list goes on. I had this crazy pair of in-ear monitors, just listening to music, like $600. I fucking lost damn well near everything I had on me. It sucked. It sucked. But that was 5 years ago. Won't forget. That sucked. Was it stolen? Yeah, it walked away on me. Let me try and find this. YetiEater.com/blog/ Actually, just start with story. Or stories. I think that's what the category is called. Okay, it doesn't go to stories. That won't index. But story maybe indexes. Let's see. Story archives. King Dilly. Yep, this. Okay, end of September. Yeah. Yeah, it's. Man, it would be nice to actually throw something together too, covering my round the world that I did. That'd be nice. Fucking insane. Fucking insane. Talking about misadventures. Like, oh. Jackie 5 times. Wow. I don't think I've ever caught it. Knock on wood. Let's see what I got here so far. Somewhere I've got a note about Carla. Here we go. Yep. You think so, L9 Cat? Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I didn't. No. I've been just kind of writing for myself for a while. So, Yeti Eater's been, at least once in a blue moon, I have something that I can write about as a Yeti Eater, and that's nice. Got an outlet for that. And it's just like it's so I remember back in high school blogging a bit, and just it being a good outlet, and it's been like pretty much that long since high school, from the time where any drama has started because of my writing. I've hardly, with Yeti Eater, I've hardly published anything these past few years. It's just kind of nutty that, earlier this year, that whole cancellation attempt, like, finally push a piece and then find myself under such attack. Absolutely nutty. I'll take some time to do more damage control later. I wanna switch gears a bit. This whole XBIZ Miami business. Jackie, that was just because L9 Cat mentioned TwitchCon. It's some old business. Old business. Just like I guess this thing that I'm trying to polish up now, I'm looking at my notes. I had a rough sketch of my 2019 trip out to LA. On Facebook. Yeti Eater's on Facebook too. I think the key is to the key is for me for Facebook, Instagram is to start throwing out more reels. I wonder if I can find this piece like this. One, part of me wants to switch over to that, but the other part is like do this other thing. 2019, 1919, road trip, Hawaii. Do I not have this put together? I've got literally this one photo. That's crazy. Yeah, huh. Yeah, in 15 years, yeah. A lot changes. That's understandable. Yeah. Like 5 years. I've been saying, if you asked me 5 years ago, before shooting that first scene where I would see myself in 5 years, I never would have seen this present day. Never. Like it's okay. It's okay. I shall keep on with the work. And maybe something good will come of it. Hmm. Sure. Yeah. It's a question that you could say aims to suss out people's values to some degree. Interesting. Yeah, I'll put it on my list. Ah, Jackie recommends this movie. Made a note. Oh, in fact, there was one I think you mentioned earlier today. Bread and leftover steak. Mooncake. Oh, okay, right. It was the same movie. Okay, well now I have a note of it. Let me look this one up. Huh, the Kill Bill. Should I add it to my list? You would recommend it? Yes. All right. I'll throw it on my list. Done. Gonna take a little bio break. I'll be right back. Be right back. Interesting. Do I want to? This shit. Oh shit. Sooner or later, I want to pick up a costume. Like one of those Hanfu style things. but I'm not sure where to get such a thing. I guess I could just like look at Amazon, frickin' Alibaba, maybe even that Shine site. I assume it's Shine and not Sheen. They're trying to go for like a Germanic thing. Holy crap! This all looks like the same Ali stuff. Yeah, there can be some pretty cool stuff. Men's traditional and cultural wear. This one looks like a martial artist's costume. It's not what I'm going for. Yeah, I got no idea where to look for this type of thing. But I would like to acquire a piece. A set. At some point. It's gonna come in handy. It'll be my medieval garb. Culturally appropriate medieval garb. I found a site. I think you can share links here. Might explain the youthful appearance. I have a couple of gray hairs now, though. Getting old. Time to retire. Dope. Let me take a look. Thank you. Yeah, I guess I didn't just like throw it into a search engine. Instead, I was going through a Mid-Autumn Festival. Men's. What do they got? Dang, some of them are modernized Ming Dynasty. Yeah, maybe I can find me some scholarly looking robes or something. This one's pretty cool too. Taoist robe. The baby blue. Very cool. Thank you. These may be good for inspiration. Yeah, I went to a party the other day and this guy was. I asked him how old he was. And then he asked me the same. I was like, take a guess. He was 25. Thank you. Thank you. But no. Oh yeah, some of these are pretty cool. Oh, Paul. Very cool. I'll definitely check some of this stuff out. Let me make a note, actually. Project. An option. Handful. Oh, fixing car. I was just thinking about that actually. Thanks for reminding me. No, I'm not finished fixing my car. In fact, I still have. Right, that's something that I can work on too. I've got this box of car parts to go get some store credit back, some stuff to return, and then what I wanted to do. I can actually work on this project. This would be good. Might be nice. Dress up as a royal, as opposed to just some scholar. If we're cosplaying, why not? Go big. 0902. 0902. This is BMW E85 Z4 compression test. Right. Yeah. We will see. First, I gotta get invited to an invitation to these dinners. I've already expressed an interest. I bumped into the guy that's been hosting them while at the party. 1, 2, 3, 6 cylinders. Yeah, I shall keep trying to fix the car. So what I'm looking at now is the footage I rolled while doing the compression test. Okay, it's gonna take a moment. There we go, okay. So I'm looking for the peak. The peak that it hit. I think that this looks like it hit 180 psi. Here, like a touch beneath that, I would say hit 180. Cylinder 1, 180, which is where I want it. I think that's where I want it. If it doesn't hit 180, then that's... So let's go back to my notes. Z4. E85 Z4. Running rough. Pulled things. Compression test seemed pulled all. Looked good based on casual observation. So this is going to be a continuation 2024-09-02. Ran compression test. Again. build engine, remove all spark plugs. Oh yeah, I wouldn't expect most people to be able to help with it. So cylinder number and peak compression. So cylinder 1, we're looking at 180 psi, peak compression psi. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cylinder 2. And I can also make a note to reference certain footage, but it's maybe not too important. It will be important for storytelling, but this is tough to see. It was so fast. That is really, really tough to tell just what it hit, but I don't know that I actually here it's coming down from, I think it hit just shy of 180. So cylinder 2 maybe? That is tough. Cannot actually see it. The needle moves so quickly. Maybe it's just shy of 180 though. This blur and it's shy of 180. I think it's about like 170, 60, 70. I want to say it hit about 170. Cylinder 3. I realize like I have this objective data and I haven't really done anything with it. So I want to parse through this a little bit. This is damn well near impossible. And this fell off so hard. Holy shit. I'm looking at the numbers from cylinder 3. This fell off so quickly. Like, yeah, it goes up and then it hits like 120-ish. That time it only registered what, like 90? It probably went higher than 90. It goes up to 90. Next time I might try recording this shit in slow-mo, because I don't actually need the sound from these. But I think that's like 120. It only hit 120. And that time too, about 120. Yeah, so these are falling off really, really fast. That is not a good test result. Cylinder 4. I think these are also going to be similar. Like about 120. Yeah, just north of 120. About 120. Just a little north of 120. Okay, so cylinder 4, cylinder 5. I expected 3 and 4 to be in the worst shape because they're in the middle. Any damage from overheating, they would take the brunt. This north of 120. Maybe 130. Not a good number. 130. Cylinder 6. Oh shit. Thank you. Thank you for subscribing to my Twitch channel. Appreciate that. L9Cat, my typing speed, I think I've had a widget here, huh? I know there's definitely a widget here. I think if you go to yetieater.com/about, I want to say that's the URL. Let me double check. yetieater.com/about. Yeah. There's a widget from TypeRacer. Shows my average on typewriter is 126. And I don't really, you already saw. Yeah, I don't really mess around with typewriter very much. I mean, if there was like freaking nothing else to do, then maybe I would just keep grinding that skill, but I think I just figure I'm fast enough. Good enough for government work. No. It's helpful when doing like stream of consciousness type writing. $80. Yeah, I think once you're up at 80, once you're like north of 70, you already know what it takes. And from there, it's just a bit of a grind. I've been meaning to, at some point, put out a video just like, here's how you can go faster. I don't see anybody talking about this. I think this hit about 130 as well. And these are weak compression numbers. Okay, it actually hits a little higher than a 130. Here I am craning my head sideways. 130, 30, 40. Let's say that hits 135-ish. Maybe 140. But it definitely goes past 120, which is good. On that hit, it did about 135. Let's say 135. Okay, I may want to move move the things around a bit. I want to fire, maybe just try running the engine with 2 cylinders only. Just try 1 and 2. And see if I can get up the operating temperature just on 2 cylinders, 2 out of 6. Yeah, I do play, but I haven't been playing very much recently. I took lessons for some years growing up. Did not start particularly young. Didn't keep up with lessons for particularly long. But sometimes I'll play. Alright, we got a little bit of data on this thing. Should I go work on it? With this new knowledge? I could try and let it do its thing for a bit. I might be pleased with the results. Right? It's literal keyboarding. So that's one of the things that I did like this Christmas. My cousin visited with me. He came down to Houston to visit along with his parents, my aunt, uncle. And he learned piano growing up. And I think self-taught guitar. And on a whim one night, I was like, I'm kind of curious to see how fast he types, right? And he's fucking right up there too. North of 100 words per minute. He's fast. My sister's fast. I don't know how fast my brother is, but I'd be shocked if he wasn't up there too. However, my brother didn't ever take piano. Right? He just spent a lot of time on computers. Played a lot of games. and maybe picked up some tricks. Who knows? I should ask him though. Okay, how fast do you type? Just out of curiosity, how fast do you type? Yeah, I'm the eldest of 3. Both my siblings are now married. Hoping I meet someone eventually. That would be nice. Huh. Interesting. Twins. Twins, but not, what did they call it? I learned this recently, but then promptly forgot. Like different terms used with twins, because you've got the biological where like your DNA's identical at birth, and then you've got this other one. Fraternal, that's it. Okay. 2 peas in a pod. Maybe I should make a note of that somewhere. I'll remember better. Fraternal. Fraternal twins. Reference. Oh, huh, interesting. Dude, I kind of want to do this. At least give it one start and see if I can get it up to operating temperature. Because now I have actual compression numbers. And I kind of want to run it just on 2 cylinders, given these numbers. I didn't actually read off the numbers until 19. Damn. I guess that's one thing that trauma does to you. Oh, cool. Huh. L9 Cat, I see that you actually have a profile here. Tasty. Nom 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 nom. Oh, it's all good. What, Twitch profile? I mean, I guess you used to stream too, huh? Mathematics, no shit. Math is hard. Was never my strong subject. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. Totally unrelated. I just realized somebody tried whispering me on Twitch. Somebody I banned from the chat. One, I didn't realize that people banned from the chat can still whisper you. But man. Young man. You've never streamed? What? but you wound up with 183 followers on your Twitch profile. That's pretty wild. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, still really impressive. I say, having like from time to time engaged with some people and just like, oh, huh. Okay. Cool. Sometimes true. Sometimes. Me, I tend to reserve follows for like people I've met in person. And it's always been interesting to me to see like who follows back, right? And then sometimes like, okay, they don't follow back, maybe I'll do a little like tickler. We met here, and still no. It's like, okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. I'm really tempted to go and fire up this car, actually. Like, swap some spark plugs around and just garage stuff. Oof. Me in a moment. Very different. A very different prescription there. And there will be loud noises. Very, very loud. Because the car it has no muffler. I didn't set it up that way, by the way. It came to me like that. I acquired it like that. No muffler. That's kind of fun in its own way. Noisy little car. And you're not going to be able to see me as well, because my first car will be in the way. But hey, this is this is me getting back to the rest of my life and moving on past fucking self-defense shit for a little bit. I want beer though. I want beer. Maybe you'll pick some up tonight if I'm gonna be spending time on car stuff. Plus yard work. Working on cars and yard work both pretty much beg for beer. Bum, 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 bum. I'm gonna want my earplugs. Jack, you're reminding me about car. Speaking of car, sounds like somebody's peeling out there. Let's get this thing fired up. which network are you on? Searching. Okay, perfect. That's the one. Me. Hornet's nest still up there. Hopefully I don't get attacked by the hornets. What kind of beer do I like? I've been buying an IPA. Cheap and potent. Yeah, hornets. They suck. They suck. I see it flying right now. I think maybe it thought that there was a threat. So it wanted to have a go at it. Alright, so I want to make a note of this too. I had cylinders 1, 2, and 6 firing. So compression, running rough. I ran 1, 2, and 6, but 6 is weak, so no wonder. Just unplug 6. Unplug 6. I can even. Should I pull the spark plugs? Spark plug from 6? Let me just unplug 6. Giving the Hornet all the room. I don't want these full Hornets. If I pull the actual plug, it will sense enough the atmosphere on its here. Let's see what happens. Okay. I'm gonna go get my earplug. Oh yeah, and Jackie, your note about can't allow beer from Malay, but Chinese can. It doesn't stop people. Just because it's put on doesn't mean people don't do it. I think I want to pull the actual spark plug too. Just let things vent out to atmosphere as much as possible. I hope this Hornet doesn't attack me. I really don't want to have to kill it.
destroys this. But I don't like that it's vested right there too.
I put the other ignition coils. One is there, that's the bad one. And I think this might fit her tight. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I recently tried that too, mixing the soju and the beer. All right, it's gonna be loud. You've been warned. Loud with a capital L. Okay, I'm gonna kill it there. Holy fuck. Oh my gosh, the air is rich. Oh, it's so dense. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It kind of stings my eyes a bit. Just like exhaust fumes and it's like rich with. Right. Yeah, exhaust gases getting into the cooling system. So I figured, given those compression numbers, just try running number 1 and 2 and see what happens. Oh my lord. Oh my gosh. But throughout all of this, I had the cooling system little vent plug opened up so that I could vent, and it was just constantly blowing stuff out. Oh my lord. I'm pretty certain that I'm gonna have to do the work. No, so when I got this car, the radiator had a pinhole leak. Let's actually get back inside the house. Okay, I want to take all of this and I want to pour it back into the cooling system actually. So there's product in there. Oh, it stopped dripping. So I can pour everything I caught. Back into the system. Capped and disconnect the battery. If I don't, it'll drain because this car needs work in it. Get some money thrown at it. Jesus. Okay. Oh boy. Well, let it vent out a bit more. I think I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Pinhole leak. No. So the engine block itself, I don't know. When I bought the car, the radiator had a pinhole leak, and okay, when I bought it, one, it was running rough because the lower intake boot on this accordion section had developed some tears, meaning unmetered air was coming through this opening and making its way past, like downstream of the mass airflow sensor, was making its way into the engine, and that was throwing things off. The car was like, wait, where's, like, something's wrong with my air-fuel ratios here. You know, and so it had to compensate for that leak. Additionally, when I bought the vehicle, yeah, I'll have to write this stuff up, but anyway, today's test, given that I now have the actual compression numbers, I figured let me just try running it with this stuff still in the cooling system. Disabling all of the cylinders that show exceptionally weak compression numbers. Because the compression number is low, that means that there's some gap, an air gap that's allowing whatever exhaust gases to slip past, right? And that's getting into the cooling system. So I shared those compression numbers. Cylinder 1, 180. It got up to 180. Cylinder 2 got up to 170. That's not great, right? Right away. Like 180, 170, like it would be nice if they were all 180. And then the others are just weak. Like, you know, I saw a peak of like 130, 130, whatever. So don't run on the ones that are 130-ish, because those are definitely leaking, right? And I figured try to attack these. Just run with these two first. Maybe then the magical product will work its way into these gaps, and we'll see. I'm not giving up on the product yet. Right, this is the first time I fired this thing up in, I don't know, it's been a minute. Not too long, but long enough. I have no idea when it was the last time I fired it up. I will probably do this exact same thing again, at least one, maybe two more times. And from there, like, go back, get some new test numbers. Ultimately, it needs work. Like the right way to fix this, it needs work. I've never tackled this amount of work before, this much before on the car. Used car, yeah, yeah. This car, I'll talk more on it. Let's get back inside first, where it's a little more comfortable. Second ever car that I have owned. I started an Instagram account for it, but I haven't posted anything there yet. And I think I shall post a little something at some point soon. You know, it's a little story here. Right now, yeah, it's not in great shape. You know, you can't lean on that thing for anything at the moment. But I'll get it back to good shape. It's gonna take some work though. And I'll be back. Bye, Albrecht. Hey.
food. If you're hungry, go eat, bud. See your food right there. You just missed me? You heard all the commotion and you just missed me? Can't blame you. I'm missable. Sometimes. I don't even know how long I was running that thing for, but the hope is, I don't really have high hopes about this at all. Like, no idea. Just it's like how big of an issue is too big for this product to fix? We're probably sitting at an issue too big for this product to fix. Like, most likely. More likely than not. But in fact, before I go doing this shit again, I'll probably want to get a move on the car parts. But, fuck, yeah, so at least get these existing ones out of my hair, sent back to where they need to be so I can get my store credit. I want my store credit so I'm not burning new monies. Jackie, you asked how much it was? Okay, it was, let me tell you the numbers on this thing, okay? You want to guess? Let me tell you the numbers. I'll share with you the numbers on this. At the time I purchased it, it had 120,687 miles. So not young, right? This car. And it's not in great shape. The body has been through some type of collision. I didn't know at the time that I purchased it that it's gone through a stupid number of owners. Somebody ran a report for me afterwards, and it's been through something like 8 owners. On paper, okay? There are more if you dig around. I mean, there are more. Some of them, they didn't register the vehicle in their names. Like the guy I bought it from, he never had the vehicle registered in his name. It was one of those, he essentially flipped it. But at first I thought maybe he knew more than he knew, but he probably didn't. I don't think he actually knew all that much about this car. After talking with his buddy, I came to that conclusion. He probably wasn't trying to screw me when he sold that car. He was just happy to be rid of it. The thing needs a good amount of work. The mechanical work aside, it needs work. And some of it I'm not going to handle. Like, some of it I wouldn't mind doing, say, like over the winter. Because it would be really nice to have that thing in good shape come next spring. Right? Like, I wanted it to be in good shape for cooler weather this year, and that would be really nice, but I'm waiting on cooler weather to actually work on the damn thing, because right now it's just uncomfortable. But we're getting there. Is it? Wow, huh? Interesting. It was the start of fall. How interesting. Anniversary. Anyway. Yeah, let me put some time into figuring out what parts I want to send back. That's actually important. It'd be good. Get the shit out of my hair, and I'd also like to sell off some stuff. Because I've got so much crap. I haven't moved any of it in ages. Good to get my space a little more decent. I'm feeling a little better. Some damage control done. More to do. Fight is not won. But it's good. Take a little breather. Switch gears a bit. You know, well, when you see it. Recently, a lot of my time, my energy has been going into this whole XBIZ Miami business. And today, I'm okay to at least like sit on that for a bit. I've done my part in good faith. Address some pretty heinous accusations that have been levied against me. And while it's going to take a lot of work, a lot more work yet to undo the reputational harm, the damage to my bottom line, I'm like, just for now, I want to not look at it. But come tomorrow, I'll probably go back to it. Can you ask about it? I'll have you read about it. If you check out the 2 most recent blog posts on my site, you'll see. In order to read the full drama, you'll need an X account. If you have an X account, I could really use your help. Because this stuff, yeah, it's been painful, very painful. Nice to switch gears for a bit. This fucking car. Last time I drove the car, it's been a minute. It's really been a minute. I think before I tried doing the second roll round of this and that, and it's gonna be okay though. It's gonna take some work. We'll get there eventually. Fuck, I want to work on it though. I do want to get it back in fighting shape. You know, so I can do what I initially set out to do. That is, get my 3 Series, my first car, into really good shape, solid shape. That was the initial purpose of buying this piece of junk. And then it was like, oh god, I have another restoration project. I've now owned that thing for almost half a year. Fucking hell. That's crazy. How time flies. It's like half a year ago, I did not. All good. Which part? Which part's messed up? Here, a quick read. All of it. Yeah. Yeah, the cancellation thing is also just like mind-boggling. And granted, initially what I had up for footage was just like super raw. I just swapped out the footage today after putting considerable work into it this past, like, yesterday I put in a good amount, day before I put in a good amount. I've just been working on this footage to rework it such that, like, no one can look at it and go like, that might be revenge porn. Like, intent. It's kind of important. Are they big? Whom are we referring to? To whom are we referring? XBIZ. Ah. Yeah, they are. But they don't actually. What they do is just publish news. They're largely a news publication, but where they're real, like where the moneymaker for them is that they're able to connect talent, like a bunch of talent. They're able to connect talent with vendors to the industry. And by hosting events where you can get all of those parties in one place, talent gets in for free. The vendors are footing the bill, sponsoring the event. Then they can profit. And then folks that want to function as vendors to the industry, they're also, I think they host a separate event. I should ask a guy. He actually attended it. There's a separate event called the XBIZ Retreat they host, and that one is the price to attend that is much higher. It's for people who are showing up and wanting to like do something in the industry, but who have the scratch. So there will be more on that. There are. There's another big one. I didn't bring my hat. I now possess this hat after attending these guys' house party, they call it. They're the other big ones. And these guys, I met their editor-in-chief. Who used to work for XBIZ. Anywho, I've got some more blog posts I'd like to publish, and then meanwhile there's all this like my physical space and cracky. Oh, I hope so too. But through all of it, that XBIZ episode, like the goal is just to be able to present things and publicize it on enough different platforms. Like be able to actually take this video footage and like one of the goals was get it such that I can push this over to YouTube and actually talk about it. Make a YouTube video where it's like, okay, here I've got this like footage that took place at the event, or I can talk about like this controversy. Like, I went to XBIZ Miami 2024 and was mistreated. And meanwhile, I'll lay out the other receipts. Like, there's also this history of, like, for whatever reason, like I've been feeling singled out, and for whatever reason, like that's what they've done repeatedly, is trying to either deny me access to certain spaces or leave me hanging. And here's how they actually handle conflict. Like one, like what was the like was this necessary? Was it really necessary to have me kicked out? To get security involved like that? Like, for what? Just insanity. Right. And so, one of the things that I put a little bit of time into was spinning up, like, was doing a little bit of this and that. And then I don't think that XBIZ, just based off of my, not just my own experience, but observing, if you take a look at the replies from that account, you'll see there's this one post that a talent member made that's been viewed over 850,000 times. And I don't know that they've received the response. Right? So XBIZ I don't think really cares unless they're being taken to court. I don't think they think that they don't really respond to people. Interesting. Are you talking about the ones in the sidebar? Or the cancellation post? Because the cancellation post, I'm pretty sure you, at least last I checked, you can't see that. You can't look at that without an X account. I gotta push back in some directions. Whoops. '20, 24, 09, 18. Ah, I see. Yeah, the cancellation post I link to from within the blog post. The blog post about XBIZ Miami. So I figure, you know, I'll probably soonish look to reach out to the account owner. But I might go about it a different angle. Like, I'd like those posts gone. They're defamatory. I've wanted them gone since they came out. But at first I was looking at it like, what the hell even? That's pretty impressive. Some leaps. Oh, the one actually about XBIZ Miami. as opposed, yeah, the most recent one is just kind of dropping receipts to demonstrate that there's this history, a history of whatever you call it, discrimination, or just for, yeah, I don't even know. I'm just gonna go with discrimination. For whatever reason, for that in-person event too, it's just like, I'm not sure what's going on, but yeah. Yeah, the receipts one is very short. That makes sense. Whereas that XBIZ Miami one, that's a good bit longer. Oh yeah, one of those things. Yeah, there's more to do on it. But I don't even want to bother right this moment. I mean, yeah, I'll figure out my strat. I'll figure out what I want to attack first. For now, hi. What's up? Oh shit. 1300. Holy fuck, that's been a long time. Yeah, hit 1300. Yay. That's exciting. Very exciting. Sweet. Very curious. Hmm. I gotta do something there. It's skipping sometimes. I did. Yeah, I had a quarter of one this morning. It's tasty. With my coffee. What on earth was I saying? I have no idea what I said. Hello, Link. Missed out last year too. It's not too late. You can still get you some. They're good for you. Thank you, L9 Cat. I have no idea what it is I mumbled over there. Today, I had, well, last night and this morning, I had lotus paste with the double egg yolk, and I like that. I think when I was younger, I didn't really care much for the mixed nut one. But as I've gotten a bit older, I come to appreciate it a bit more. Nice. Very nice. My boy would approve. Walks. Had mooncakes when you visited Taiwan? Sweet. I've never. Well, I say I never. I went through Taiwan once. Overnighted, spent some time the next day. It was on my first visit out to Hawaii. From KL over to Hawaii. I think December of like 06. That sounds right. December of 06. '06 could have even been in 05. This was a long time ago. You wish you could travel? You will be able to. Oh, nice. That's pretty cool. I'd love to actually go visit there someday. I find a good business reason to go. Would also love to spend more time in China right now. While my maternal grandparents are still alive. I feel like something's on my skin. Crawling. Hmm. What were the circumstances that had you visiting Europe? I think that's plenty good. College exchange. Netherlands and Sweden. Sweden I haven't been to. I've spent some time in the Netherlands visiting out there. Study abroad. That's pretty cool. I love Amsterdam too. I was pretty bummed that yeah, yeah. So I went through Amsterdam earlier this year. In fact, I took my first ever, I redeemed for my first ever round the world itinerary, mostly in business class, using points and miles that I accrued, what was it, back in 2018? 2018. Yeah, 2018. Back up against the wall. Like, if you don't book this thing, then the miles just, they're gone. So, went through Amsterdam, got out of the airport, wandered the red light district a bit, and would have loved to go back very recently, but the business reason that would have taken me out there, I suddenly found myself barred, unable to go. So be it. There will be a next time. Hear good things about Sweden, though. One of these days. Nice. Midsummer. Where the sun is just up. People party. I don't actually know what it is. Lots of drinking and sour fish. Got it. Yeah, but I figure if it's like middle of summer, longest day, up that far, yeah. L9 Cat, you haven't done any? You will. You will. Especially if you want to, yeah, you will. We have it pretty good in the US. The US of A. Like something I happily talk to people about is just like how easy it is to earn points and miles. Yeah. And that's important. This is important, L9 Cat. Like, I still feel very much in the same boat. You know, I'm just trying to get on my feet. And it's like, it's nutty, you know. Like the round the world thing, that was not business, that was personal. You know, I got out of the house a little bit this year. Finally got out there a bit. And it was really that first business travel that I've done in like since fucking 2020. Like, to have that shit go down. But even afterwards, I hit up a couple other events. You know, I kept taking myself out there. It just, like, meanwhile thinking at some point I need to fight back. I can't let this go. Not without some challenge on my end. It's been crazy. It's been a crazy year so far. A little different from years past. You know, something that a lot of people do is they like get into some consulting role, work for a consultancy. That'll take you places. Get you out of the house, on the road, racking up hotel nights and yeah, definitely one way to do it. Link, what brought you in here? And what did you study in college? Applied linguistics. Oh, well, yeah, then you'd want to get around a bit. You're a real language nerd then. You missed the loud noises when I was in the garage earlier. Not chill. Interpreter. Terp. Unrealistic. And you kind of wonder too these days with like machine translation's gotten to be pretty decent. And that stuff's able to, yeah, actually, given that machine translation has gotten to where it is, and all of that, machine learning, AI, has moved along as far as it has, I suppose you'll see fewer and fewer human interpreters. All right. Welcome. Glad to have you. Thank you for making your presence known. Glad to have you. Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah, makes sense. That makes sense. You know, like I know when they send, at some point they started sending over just like communications from the government with, like, if it had to do with, say, like healthcare. They started sending over pages where they translate. You know, they have a bunch of the same text, not exactly all the same text, but rather just a call to action, like, hey, if you need this translated for you into language XYZ, then, you know, here's how you can get a hold of us. But for that bit, I think it's all machine translation too. And eventually they connect you with a human. Yeah, I'm actually taking a minute to try to put together some little bits, highlights. One of the things that I'd like to highlight, food, eating. Yeti Eater eats. Leftover steak and bread. food and drink. One click. This goes to against 32. Okay, so whatever here. What else can we throw together? Highlights. Eating is a highlight. Past broadcasts. Here a highlight. And today there's going to be a couple. A couple out of today. Oh yeah, new shorts. Oh, 9/17. New shorts. Oh. If it's the cloning tool, I can tell you it's finicky. I don't have a successful clone yet. And like, is it the cloning thing? Oh, okay, a toy. If it's a toy, then all right. Yeah. I want to do some toy reviews and stuff. I think that'd be good. But at the same time, like, YouTube is such a, like, unboxings are pretty safe. And I've done like a teardown of a toy. But to actually, like, I guess reviews, I don't know. Some things are better, like, are safer if just to write about. Difficult to find a quality one. Yeah. Yeah. I guess I own a few toys at this point. Maybe I can do some reviews. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that I have an interest in doing. Because sometimes I get messages coming from toy sellers They're like, hey, you want a toy? We'll send you a toy. You just need to make a review for us. And recently, I haven't responded to any of it. Like, no, I'd like to. Yeah, might be worth testing out. Like, put out a review and then see what sort of traction it gets, and that way I can actually have more of a negotiating chip for when these sellers reach out. Because I think I've got a means of like, can probably sell toys off too. I think there'd be some people that would be interested in slightly used toys. It's quite a world out there, gotta say. Just happy to be here. Usually. Anywho. If you know which toy it was, do let me know. Maybe you can try to put together a review of it. Otherwise, this is crazy. Just like, man, it's insane. I was putting so much time and energy into this, and then I guess part of it was I got into a relationship, right? 2, 3, yep. I got into a relationship. Got into a long-term relationship. And that changed things in my little world. Yeah. Reviews. Oh. We'll see. I've tried looking around too on Amazon, looking for some of these listings. They can sometimes be really hard to find. Amazon seems to have a pretty contentious relationship with just the personal wellness space, right? Found that kind of curious. But yeah, that's be good. Could be good. I was thinking between that and like just other topics of interest to men. My head went over to the cloning thing first because that's been one of my more heavily trafficked videos on the YouTubes. If I look at the analytics, like, let's see, lifetime for content, man, it's kind of nutty after all these years just hitting just over 250,000 views on YouTube. But then again, I hardly do anything for YouTube, strictly for YouTube. So I could change that up. But videos. Top, yeah, like, actually, yeah, the most trafficked videos I have on YouTube right now are this cloning kit, just unboxing, essentially. Huh. Those are the 2 most trafficked videos I have so far. It's kind of nutty. Ah, getting company ready. This is a product that purports to allow you to create a dildo modeled after your or somebody you have access to, somebody's phallus. inclusive of the gonads. And here I'm being careful to use some pretty scientific words. Plans on renaming videos? The live streams, no. Actual video bits, yeah, if it's something that's purposely produced for YouTube and the date isn't that important, then yeah, I'll change it up a little bit. But yeah, that whole serialized date thing, I can probably drop it on some of these pieces. Just rely on the metadata to hold the actual production date, filming date. Anywho, I would love to stay in chat, but I'm expected elsewhere. So I'm gonna pull the plug. And yeah, 3D printing, the thought did cross my mind too. But here's the thing. The important bit is actually getting a good scan. And I've played with a 3D scanner. That's just, no, not quite there yet. Not for this. Especially if you want to capture detail, like very detailed, and yeah. I've played a little bit with the technology. Yeah. Thank you. And EWFS. I'm trying to do my signature sign off, damn it. Computer, I think, is freaking out. Yeah. Okay. Yep. As always, thank you for tuning in, for your support, expressed in its many different forms. Until next time, be good out there. Take care of yourself, and if you can, someone else. Bye for now.